The sound, the sound out. Testing. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask your kind cooperation to get ready as we will begin shortly. I would like to invite everyone to please raise and stand upon the arrival of VIP into the hall and followed by singing of our national anthem. A few housekeeping notes to our virtual guests, delegates and participants. Can we have Dr. Mutia from the online to respond? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, pretty sure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutia. A few housekeeping notes to all virtual participants. Please mute your microphone throughout the session and please ensure to always turn on your camera to make the conference lively. We advise you to dress appropriately as we will be having a quick photo session later. Kindly switch your virtual background to the template that has been provided by the Secretariat. Should you have to ask questions to the speakers, kindly wait for the Q&A session to be opened at the end of each keynote session. You may also leave your question or query in the chat box. Thank you. We will begin our conference sharp at 9 in the morning. I would like to request those in virtual platform to mute your microphone. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of our distinguished VIP guests and speakers into the hall. Please raise and stand up. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing to sing our national anthem, Negaraku. Assalamualaikum here today. Respected Datuk, Datin, professors, doctor, academicians, ladies and gentlemen. I am Siti Shakila, your MC for today, and I'm very excited to be alongside you today. To bless our conference today, I would like to call upon Dr. Muhammad Nazmul for the dua recitation. Please welcome.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيدا يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا ولا من يتبعنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما. يا لطيف يا رحمن, please bless us with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide Faculty of Accountancy, University Teknologi MARA, ICGA 2023, with your greatness, peace, glory and prosperity in this world and the hereafter. Make us your responsible intellectual. Grant us with valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your mardatillah. Ya Munzil al-Barakat, bestow peace to Malaysia. Preserve us from any threat and disaster, neither man-made nor natural disaster. And to you, Ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us, our leaders, and our country. Bestow patience in us in order to face the challenges from you. Please accept our deeds. Please reward us accordingly. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولإخواننا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Nazmul. Honorable guests, delegates, and participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome all of you to the 8th International Conference on Governance and Accountability ICGA 2023 with a special theme, Leveraging Governance for Sustainability. It is my greatest honor and privilege to welcome Yang Berbahagia, Professor Datuk Dr. Hajah Rozia Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor, Universiti Teknologi MARA, UiTM Malaysia. Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Haslinda Yusof, Dean Faculty of Accountancy, Universiti Teknologi MARA. Yang Berusaha, Dr. Wardah Hakimah Haji Sumardi, Deputy Dean Research, UBD School of Business and Economics, University Brunei Darussalam. Professor Muhammad Anwarul Azim Arif, Vice Chancellor, International Islamic University Chittagong, Bangladesh. Professor Noel Bergonia, Chairperson of the Department of Accountancy, College of Accountancy and Finance, Polytechnics University of the Philippines. Mrs. Noor Hasliza Muhammad Mokhtar, Senior Director, Climate Action Group, Malaysia Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation, MGTC. Dr. Nurmazila Datuk Mahzan, Independent Non-Executive Director, BIMB Securities Sdn Bhd, a member of IFRS Integrated Reporting and Connectivity Council, IFRS Foundation. Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caracuel, Professor of Management, School of Business and Economics, University of Granada, Spain. Faculty's top management, faculty's members, professors, distinguished collaborators, delegates from various universities, and all conference participants. We are also currently streaming live via Zoom. Pandemic COVID-19 has led us to a virtual live conference in the past 2 years, but not this year. Alhamdulillah, we are gathered here for a special hybrid event, and it is our greatest honor that all of you are able to join us today. For your information, this conference is jointly organized and hosted by the Faculty of Accountancy, Universiti Teknologi MARA, UiTM Malaysia, and co-host from the School of Business and Economics, University Brunei Darussalam. A special thank you and gratitude to our collaborators, the College of Accountancy and Finance of the Polytechnics University of the Philippines, and the International Islamic University Chittagong, Bangladesh. In accordance with the theme of this year's conference, ICGA 2023 will feature prominent speakers from academia and industry who will share their expertise and knowledge on issues pertinent to the conference theme on leveraging governance for sustainability. Moving right along to the next agenda, without further ado, it is our greatest honor to welcome Yang Berbahagia, Professor Datuk Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor, Universiti Teknologi MARA UiTM, to present her welcoming speech and officiate the ceremony for today's event. Please welcome.
Professor Muhammad Anwarul Azim Arif, Vice Chancellor of International Islamic University Chittagong, Bangladesh. Dr. Wardah Hakimah Haji Sumardi, Deputy Dean of Research of the School of Business and Economics, University Brunei Darussalam. Professor Noel Begonia, Chairperson of the Department of Accountancy, College of Accountancy and Finance, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caracuel, Professor of Management and member of the Innovation, Sustainability and Business Development ISDE Research Group, University of Granada, Spain. Technologist Samsul Baha Muhammad Noor, Chief Executive Officer of the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation. Dr. Nur Mazilah Datuk Mahzan, Independent Non-Executive Director BIMB Security Syndrome Berhad, and member of IFRS Integrated Reporting and Connectivity Council IFRS Foundation. Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Haslinda Yusof, the Dean of the Faculty of Accountancy UiTM, faculty members, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and greetings to all. Alhamdulillah, praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as it is with His blessings that we are able to meet virtually for this auspicious event. Before that, allow me to welcome our distinguished guests and participants to the 8th International Conference on Governance and Accountability, ICGA 2023. My heartfelt congratulations to the Faculty of Accountancy UiTM for the effort and dedication in organizing such a prestigious event. Not forgetting our co-organizer, the School of Business and Economics, University Brunei Darussalam, together with our collaborators, College of Accountancy and Finance of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the International Islamic University Chittagong, as well as the Sustainability and Governance Talent Cluster of the Faculty of Accountancy UiTM. It is an honor for me to speak at this celebrated conference that includes academicians, experts, practitioners, and leaders of industry in the fields of finance, business, accounting, and management. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the conference is held in a hybrid setting with the theme Leveraging Governance for Sustainability. ICGA 2023 provides a platform for two-way information exchange among academics and industry stakeholders from both the public and private sectors. The focus is on sustainability and governance issues, given that these two aspects have evolved into global challenges in the interconnected world that we live in today. Participants can discuss, share, and exchange ideas on current issues while figuring out ways to address governance and sustainability challenges within the accounting business and management sectors in accordance with economic situations today. Like many other nations, Malaysia has endured extreme weather conditions, unresolved poverty issues, and a volatile economic situation resulting from global climate change. To address these long-standing issues, effective governance is crucial in driving sustainable development goals in all areas of the environmental, social, and economic spheres, while creating a brighter future for the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable and inclusive development has always been a key principle in the nation's development planning. In fact, advancing sustainability is one of the 3 themes in the 12th Malaysia Plan 2021 to 2025. Together with 192 nations, Malaysia adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at the United Nations General Assembly in New York in 2015 as a global commitment towards more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development. One of the thrusts in environmental sustainability for Malaysia is empowered governance, which entails accountability and transparency as components of sustainable decision making. Governance can be leveraged through the process of utilizing the governance structure and mechanism to maximize the impact and effectiveness of an organization's resources, capabilities, and decision-making process. This will enhance operational efficiency, mitigate risk, build trust with stakeholders, and achieve in a sustainable and responsible manner. Ladies and gentlemen, UiTM is committed to contributing pressing global priorities of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, such as seen through efforts carried out by the Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainable Development, IBSD, and the UiTM Green Center, UGC. I believe that all stakeholders and relevant parties should work together towards supporting the SDGs as well as upholding the Malaysia Madani commitment to sustainability and prosperity. With that, I wish you a productive time at the conference, and I look forward to hearing your insights and ideas. And without further ado, with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officiate and declare the 8th International Conference on Governance and Accountability 2023 open. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to Yang Berbahagia, Professor Dr. Haslinda Yusof, Dean, Faculty of Accountancy, UiTM, to give opening remarks. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Hajar Rozia Muhammad Jano, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Wardah Hakimah from UBD School of Business and Economics, Brunei Darussalam, Professor Muhammad Anwarul Azim Arif, Vice Chancellor of International Islamic University Chittagong, Professor Noel Begonia from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, PUP, Mrs. Nur Hasliza Muhammad Mokhtar, Senior Director of Climate Action Group, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation, MGTC, Dr. Nur Mazilah Datuk Mahzan, Independent Non-Executive Director, BIMB Securities Sendirian Berhad, also the member of IFRS Integrated Reporting and Connectivity Council, IFRS Foundation, Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caracuel, Professor of Management School of Business and Economics from University of Granada, Spain, Faculty Top Management, faculty members, esteemed delegates of this conference, ladies and gentlemen in this beautiful hall, as well as those online. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and greetings to all. So dearest conference delegates, it is of my great pleasure to welcome everyone to our first hybrid conference, the 8th International Conference of Governance and Accountability, also known as ICGA for this year 2023. A very good morning to our esteemed and eminent speakers with us today, Mrs. Noor Hasliza, Dr. Noor Mazilah, as well as Professor Dr. Javier, as well as delegates from around the world to share your research interests and findings in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, ICGA was actually first coined by a small group of lecturers and researchers from Faculty of Accountancy, UiTM Malaysia, as well as 11 Maret University Indonesia way back in 2010. We were a small group of researchers who are passionate about back then CSR related research work. And over the years, it has been held by various universities around the world that had collaborated together in driving research in relation to sustainability, governance, and accountability. And this year, ICGA 2023, for your information, will be hosting approximately about 70 researchers and research papers from various countries, including Brunei, the Philippines, Bangladesh, South Africa, Nigeria, Indonesia, and our very own country, Malaysia. This hybrid conference is jointly organized by the Sustainability and Governance Talent Cluster, that is in our Faculty of Accountancy, together with our strategic partners as co-hosts from the University Brunei Darussalam, as well as the International Islamic University Chittagong, Malaysia, Bangladesh, and PUP from the Philippines. This year's ICGA 2023 conference theme, that is leveraging governance for sustainability, is definitely essential with the growing pressures and expectations towards achieving the objective of SDG 2030, Net Zero 2050, and other alarming issues with regards to climate change, accountable and transparent reporting and practices, and so on. So hence, we look forward on the sharing of research ideas, findings, and inputs from numerous researchers, academics, practitioners, and doctoral students pertaining to these related areas. And this two-day conference will definitely be a significant and a fruitful platform in stimulating research in these areas. At this juncture, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizing committee chaired by Associate Professor Dr. Rina Fadilah Ismail and the committee members for their hard work and which have been very instrumental in putting this virtual hybrid conference program together. I would also like to take the opportunity to specifically thank our sponsors, Salwa Fairuz and Co, as well as SA Accountant for sponsoring this conference. Last but not least, I encourage all conference delegates to participate actively in the parallel sessions over these 2 days. And so with that, everyone, please enjoy the conference and have fun and network among yourselves. So thank you very much from us, from Faculty of Accountancy. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Haslinda Yusof, for that wonderful opening remarks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to show a montage video of ICGA 2023 and UiTM corporate videos. for today. Allow me to introduce about our speaker. Mrs. Nur Hasliza is a Senior Director of Climate Action Group, Malaysia Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation. She has a vast experience in overseeing operations to ensure the effective implementation of operational policies and plans. This includes accelerating the transition of the nation towards low carbon cities, working with local authorities and communities to inculcate green lifestyle practices and facilitating the measurement, reporting, and verification of GHG emissions of corporations and SMEs. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. To everyone in this hall, if you may come forward to the mic stand to ask questions during the Q&A session. While to those in virtual participants, if you have any question, please type them in the chat box. So I will bring them up during the Q&A session. Without further ado, let's welcome Mrs. Nur Hasliza Muhammad Mokhtar to deliver her talk on green technology for a better tomorrow. Please welcome.
Yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Hajar Roziah Muhammad Janor, Vice Chancellor Universiti Teknologi MARA, Dr. Wardah Hakimah Haji Sumardi, Deputy Dean Research UBD School of Business and Economics Brunei Darussalam, Professor Muhammad Anwarul Azim Arif, Vice Chancellor of International Islamic University Chittagong, Bangladesh, Professor Noel Bergonia, Chairperson of the Department of Accountancy, College of Accountancy and Finance, Polytechnic University of Philippines, Dr. Numazilah Datuk Mazan, Independent Non-Executive Director BIMB Securities Sdn Bhd, Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Carraswell, Professor of Management School of Business and Economics, the Innovation, Sustainability and Development ISDE Research Group, University of Granada, Spain, Faculty Top Management, faculty members, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Okay, my name is Nur Hasliza, as addressed by the MC. So I'm going to present on the green technology for a better tomorrow. So this will be the presentation outlines for my presentation today. It is about MGTC, just to introduce about MGTC, and then climate change and impacts, Malaysia's commitment in tackling climate change, green technology as an enabler, and also conclusion and way forward. Okay. Anyone here ever heard about okay. Anyone here ever heard about MGTC? No? Yes? Okay. Good to hear that. Okay. MGTC is an agency under the Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, or NRECC. Yeah? So we are the implementing agency under NRECC. Yeah? So actually our existing was that we were established way back in 1998. We were known as Pusat Tenaga Malaysia, or Malaysia Energy Centre, or PTM. And then in 2010, the government decided to restructure us to become Malaysian Green Technology Corporation. So we enhanced our role from energy to green technology. And in 2019, we were restructured into Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Corporation, or MGTC. So we enhanced into from energy to green technology and climate change. So the name have expanded for years, right? So from only focusing on energy, and now we are focusing more on green technology and also climate change. Yeah? So it's a bigger scope. And then we are supporting the National Climate Change Agenda through green technology or green growth or green recovery, low carbon development, green incentive, strategic collaborations, communication, education and public awareness. So we have a huge responsibility to make sure that our country is going towards low carbon and supporting the green growth for the country. Yeah. Okay. And then this is just a background. Our vision is to be the leading partner for green growth and climate action. Yeah, so that is our vision. And our mission is to accelerate the adoption of green energy and green technology. And our strategy objective is the three strategy objective, which is to accelerate the green economy, advance climate action, and advocate green lifestyle. So we are tackling three things, which is economy, environment, and also people. Yeah. So these are some of our project. Yeah? And then the strategy trust is about promotion awareness, market enablers, human capital development, research development and commercialization, and also institutional framework. Okay, so these are some of the strategic documents that we have. Just for 2017 until 2022 is the main one. We have a lot of other publication that we have produced. For example, the Green Technology Master Plan is like our main reference now. And the low carbon cities framework, I think maybe some of the professors have already heard about low carbon cities 2030 challenge. So we are promoting the cities to accelerate in terms of the transformation towards low carbon cities. Yeah? And then government green procurement. Actually, we have introduced government green procurement since 2014. Yeah? Starting with the ministries and agencies to start with green procurement, so that we want to increase the number of green products in this and services in the market. Yeah? And then low carbon mobility. So we have produced the low carbon mobility blueprint, which this is to reduce emissions from transportation sector, which we know that nowadays in Malaysia, transportation is the second highest emission. Yeah? And then panduan amalan hijau pejabat, I think this is a very general guideline which everyone can use it. Yeah? So you can download it from our website. And then just recently we also have produced the green practices guideline for garis panduan amalan hijau sektor industri, which is the guideline for the industrial sector. Okay. And then these are some of our services. We do advisory and consultancy. We are promoting the incentive, especially on the green incentive, standards and recognition, awareness and promotion, and also capacity building. So we have series of training that we are also providing to the industries. Okay, so climate change and impacts. Now everyone is talking about climate change. Yeah. So what is climate change? It's a changes in Earth's long-term weather patterns, and it's the most notable impact of climate change is global warming. Yeah. And then so there is a gradual increase in terms of the overall temperature of the Earth's atmosphere, and this global rise in temperature is linked to what scientists call as a greenhouse effect. Yeah. Okay. And we always talk about climate and also weather. So what is the difference between these two? Yeah, weather and also climate. So weather is it is interrelated, but weather is more on the temperature, wind speed, yeah, humidity, and the condition. So weather is basically is the conditions of the atmosphere over a short period of time. So weather can change within a minute or hours. But then for climate, is the how the atmosphere behave over a long period of time and space. So we can see that there is a change. It is more predictable, yeah, if compared to weather. So this is the difference between weather and climate. So what are the causes of GHG emission? We talked about greenhouse gas emission. So the main among the main causes of GHG emission is from fossil fuel based energy. We know that for Malaysia especially, we are still using coal as a fuel for our power generation. That's why our country is trying to get more renewable energy as a source of energy. And then from the waste sectors, so I think we can see that the amount of waste is increasing, how we should reduce the waste to go to the landfill. So that is also another thing that we need to tackle. Yeah. So awareness needs to be done so that we can recycle or the 3R practices, and then to reduce in terms of the use of plastic. Yeah. So this is something that we should ponder. And then private vehicle use. This is also another area which we know that there are a lot of cars on the road today, especially in Malaysia. Yeah. We can see that from a statistic that we received from the Ministry of Transport, it shows that our cars are more than our population. Yeah. So that's how I bet each of you from one house, at least you have 2 cars. At least, yeah. So that's why the amount or the number of cars on the road are increasing, significantly. Yeah, and that's why we need to change our behavior, our to shift our mode of transport from using the private vehicle to public transportation. Yeah. And then industry and manufacturing. This is also another thing, that we in terms of the GHG emission, because the emission from the industry or manufacturing sectors are quite high. Yeah, especially on the IPPU, the industrial process and use. Yeah. Okay. So basically the climate change impact on the main 5 areas in Malaysia, which is in terms of water, coastal and resources, because we can see that there is a flash flood, the heavier rainfall, and then in terms of public health, the increased case of dengue, malaria, and then food and water-based diseases, and then in terms of food security and agriculture, the reduction in certain crop yields, for our rice, palm oil, rubber and cocoa, destruction of crops, livestock and aquaculture. These are some of the impacts. And then in terms of forest biodiversity, the mangrove forest, the impact of fauna biodiversity, and then the last one is on the infrastructure. Yeah, because the risks are from flooding and extreme weather events. You can see that a lot of damages, when we had a flash flood and all that. Yeah, and then infrastructure impacted, including roads and drainage, transport infra, railways, airport, ports and jetties, substations, transmission towers and power plants, and also heat waves or high temperatures and higher electricity use, which lead to higher electricity use. Yeah. Okay. So, in order because we know that the climate change is happening, so that's why Malaysia is also one of the countries that also committed towards to tackle the climate change impact. Yeah? So, as mentioned by Professor Haslinda just now, we talk about SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. These are some of the documents or plans that we use as reference. Yeah? Among others are Sustainable Development Goals, which we have the 3 core elements, which is your economic growth, social inclusion, and also environmental protection. Yeah. And then other than that, we have the National Policy on Environment, National Green Technology Policy, Climate Change Policy, Green Technology Master Plan, Low Carbon Mobility Blueprint, and also RMK 12, the 12 Malaysia Plan. Okay, so Malaysia is also has committed at the international level, which we have also hope to reduce the intensity of greenhouse gas emission across the economy by 45%, by 2030. So it has been we have committed towards that. We have sent to the international because we have the IPCC, the international the protocol, the I think that it's international bodies that monitor all this. Yeah. So we have that commitment to reduce GHG emission by 45% by 2030. Yeah. Actually we have before this we still like we, there is a 35% reduction and then 10% is subject to the assistance from the developed countries. But then we have changed recently. So now there's no unconditional. So our target is towards 45%. Yeah. And then recently Malaysia also has committed to achieve, which we aspire to achieve net zero GHG emissions as early as 2050. This will be more ambitious, which I think other countries has also pledged towards that. So, and then now the ministry, the Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change Ministry, is now developing our long-term low emissions development strategy or LTLEX, which we expected to finalize by this year. Yeah. So we hope that with that long-term plan, we will have a more structured and also a long-term strategy how we want to achieve in terms of the our goal towards net zero by as early as 2050. Okay, so this is just to give you some insight on how we measure our emission. So for individual or personal, we can calculate our personal carbon footprint uh, from our clothing, from food, housing, traffic, and daily life for your electricity bill and all that. Yeah. So that is for individual emission. Yeah. So we call it as a personal carbon footprint. And then for product, we also can calculate the carbon footprint or the GHG emission over the entire life of the product. So, or good or services. So we also can calculate for product carbon footprint. Yeah, especially now there is a requirement from European countries, for example. If you want to export our products overseas, we need to have that carbon footprint for the product. Yeah. Okay, and the organization, I just give an example for Mbank Group. Yeah, so organization can also calculate the carbon footprint across the organization, including their energy use in the buildings, industrial processes, and also company vehicles. So there is a protocol for GHG accounting for the company. Yeah, and then cities we can also calculate in terms of the cities GHG inventory to estimate the emission and the removals of GHG from given sources or sinks from a defined boundary. And then for the country, we also have our country national GHG inventory, which are doing by the ministry. Yeah? So we estimate the emission and removal from greenhouse gas from given sources or sink from a defined country in a specific period. So our country, we also prepare our yearly GHG inventory. Yeah? So as the topic is about green technology, how green technology will be a future. Yeah? So green technology is an enabler. So in order to achieve the net zero, green technology can be one of the areas that we should embark on. Yeah. So just to have a brief introduction of green technology, what is green technology? It is the development and application of products, equipment, and systems used to conserve the natural environment and resources, which minimize the negative impact of human activities. For example, installing solar photovoltaic system or solar PV on your rooftop, for example. Yeah, and then electric vehicle or energy efficient vehicle. Other than that is like the green building material. When you want to build a new building, so please consider in terms of the green building material. Actually, the investment, the initial investment cost is quite high, but then for future, we have a we can save a lot in terms of our cost of operation. For example, our building in Bandar Baru Bangi, Section 9, Section 9, Bandar Baru Bangi, we built in 2006 and we occupied that building since 2007. And then we have installed solar PV and then all the green material because that is a demonstration building for the country. So our bill for a month will be less than 5,000 a month. If compared to normal building, it's like 4 or 5 times than that green building. So our building is the first green building index certified in Malaysia. Yeah? If in terms of the energy usage is very low because of the design of the building. Yeah? So we have the insulation. So the solar PV, because we use daylight for the daily use, because we don't use the artificial lighting. Since we joined or we occupied that building, I think it's very seldom that we change the bulb because we don't use it. Yeah. Okay, and then the LED light bulbs, we should change from the conventional to LED light bulbs. And then green building is what I mentioned earlier, our building. Green products, for example, the cleaning products, so it is using no chemicals, less chemical. And then green products, the FSC papers, even I distribute my card, so we are using the FSC paper. So that is a green product. And then energy efficiency appliances. So when you want to buy any electrical appliances, choose like the 5-star rating products, for example. Yeah. And then other than green technology, we're also promoting in terms of the green culture, or we are trying to change the lifestyle towards green lifestyle. Yeah. So green culture may be defined as a lifestyle of making deliberate choices and decisions regarding the resources used for daily living for the purpose of minimizing resources used, or to use resources that are renewable. For example, the green purchasing, replace CFL to LED, and the switching off lights when not in use. It is more on the behavioral change, to change our behavior, to change our lifestyle. Sometimes we just leave the lights on. So we should change our behavior, and then take shorter showers, and then avoid generating waste, say no to paper and plastic. We can see that here at least there are few only the water. So for our events, we are banned to use plastic water bottle. We always request from hotel to use the water dispenser. So that is also something that we can change. Especially here, you are the owner, right? You can ask for that. And then practices of the 3R, green and healthy lifestyle, carpooling, and then practice to use public transport more often. Okay. So this is also another thing that I want to highlight. We have the Green Technology Master Plan, which was launched in 2017 to chart the growth of green technology in Malaysia. Under this master plan, we emphasize on the 6 main sectors, which is energy, manufacturing, transport, building, waste, and also water. And then there are 5 strategic thrusts, which is promotion and awareness, market enablers, human capital development, research, development and commercialization, and also institutional framework. Okay. So for this master plan, the key principles is to align with the strategic goals. At that time was RMT 11. And then it is not overrule the existing plan and policies, and also to provide guidance with leverage on green technology. The objective is the potential of economic contribution. We hope that green technology, green sector will also contribute to our GDP. And then outline ways to shift from technology adoption to technology production. Now we are more on adoption, but how in long term we should shift from technology adoption to technology production. This is where we need the innovation and also commercialization part. And then it is also outline ways to reduce 40% GHG emission intensity of GDP by 2030. Okay. And then these are the 16 subsectors under this the sectors, which is, for example, for energy is on the electricity generation, which I mentioned earlier, that we are still using coal in our power generation, and how we want to reduce in terms of coal, in terms of natural gas into renewable energy, for example. And also energy efficiency on residential and commercial. So energy efficiency is another thing that we should also trying to look into. Energy efficiency is more on the behavioral change and also energy management. Yeah, so we can control with a lower cost if compared to renewable energy, for example, the solar and all that. Solar is expensive, but if we manage to reduce by using energy efficiency, then we can also reduce the installation of solar, for example. So we need to be more efficient and also to conserve our electricity. Yeah. Usage. And then for manufacturing, it's more on the industrial process efficiency. Yeah, I hope I'm not talking something alien. Yeah, I know your background is accountancy, yeah? So I'm trying to speak on in very layman word, yeah, because actually I'm not technical as well. Yeah? So I hope that we are seeing each other. Okay. And then transportation. So we want to address in terms of public transportation and also private transportation, because how we want to reduce in terms of private transportation, yeah, and then cleaner fuel, and then green building, yeah, sustainable construction practices, yeah, so use more sustainable construction materials and also green building materials, and then waste, yeah, waste treatment and disposal, resource recovery, yeah, and then in terms of water, how we want to reduce our water usage. Yeah, for example, there are a lot of water efficient appliances in the market. So whoever that use them, yeah. So there is a labeling for even the for electricity appliances, the electrical appliances, and also the water appliances. Yeah. So for us as a user, but then for the industry, maybe they can use like water harvesting technology, yeah? Wastewater treatment technology. So these are the things that we need to tackle. Yeah. Okay, for strategic trust, as I mentioned earlier, promotion awareness, because people thought that the awareness is still low. Yeah, so that's why we need to enhance in terms of our awareness program, so that we reach more people, and then to increase the awareness and also to change the behavior and also attitude of users or the community. Yeah. And then we also have the industry and business promotion, which we have the International Green Tech Exhibition Conference. It's a yearly event. Later I will talk about it. And then we also do collaboration with primary and secondary educational institutions, because we know that the awareness should start from the kids, yeah, from the school children. Because I think we know that to give awareness to adults is even harder if compared to the small kids, yeah, from the school children. So, and then the market enablers, yeah, it's a government green procurement, because now we are also talking to industry or the private sectors, which they should also adopt green procurement in their procurement process. Yeah. And then green incentive, we also have the green incentive now. Yeah, innovative financing. We're also looking at the innovative financing, because I think financing is one of the most common issue, yeah, when we talk about green technology adoption. Yeah, and then green cities and also international collaborations, and then in terms of the capability, the human capital development, the capacity building to build, to increase more experts in green, yeah, for example. And then we also, not only for public sector, for private sector, and also to collaborate with higher education institutions, which I think we also talked to Prof. Linda this morning. Yeah, we can also collaborate how to train or to collaborate together with universities or research institutions in order for us to go green or for going for low carbon. Yeah. And then research, development and commercialization. This is also funding. I think mostly still providing some funding, for research and development, also commercialization, and also public-private partnership. This is also another aspect that we also emphasize on, because we cannot depend on government to give funding all the time. Yeah, so that's why it's very important to have a public-private partnership. Yeah. And then the last but not least, on the institutional framework, on the governance, on the policy leadership, which is, I think is a very relevant to today's event, to today's conference, and then policy planning, policy implementation. So these are the things under institutional framework. So from GTMP, we want to position Malaysia as a green technology hub by 2030. Yeah? Okay, so this is some of the main targets that we expect from 2020 to 2030. So where are we now? And we have a lot more things to do to achieve by 2030. Yeah. For example, the GHG emission intensity reduction. So our target is 45% at the current from our biannual update report that we submitted to the IPCC, the UNFCCC, the United Nations. We are now at 35.9% in 2019. Yeah, and then in terms of green investment, we are targeting 100 billion. We are now at 54.2 billion, and then green jobs. So from whatever project that we introduce or we initiate, we also measure in terms of green jobs creation. So this is also another element, because our target is by 2030, we want to create 230,000 green jobs in Malaysia. And then green products and services, or My Hijau. So we are targeting about 50,000 green products and services. So we have My Hijau. My Hijau is like a recognition program that we have. Like for Muslim, for example, when we want to buy food, we are looking for halal, right? For green products, so we have My Hijau. At least to assure you that this product is green or that services is green. So that's why we created My Hijau. And then green procurement. This is more on government green procurement because government has also have aspiration towards 100% green procurement by 2030, and then low carbon because now we have low carbon zones, meaning that, for example, for Shah Alam we have section 14, a few sections, and also I think UiTM is one of our low carbon partners. I think one of the low carbon zone as well. So now maybe it's also included under our 57 low carbon zone. And also EV charging station. This one is still more effort that we need to do, because our target is by 2030 we want to have 20,000 charging stations in Malaysia. And currently we have about less than 1,000. So there is a lot more efforts to do in order for us to achieve the target. Okay, so these are some of the, I will highlight more on the specific initiative that I highlighted earlier. So green tax incentive. I don't know whether here there is any industry players here, because this is also a very good information for the industry players. Because actually we have introduced green tax incentive quite so long, from 2013, 2014. So for the industries, for companies, they can claim for green investment tax allowance, for companies that acquire qualifying green technology assets and listed under My Hijau directory. Because under My Hijau we have the directory, there is a list of green products under that directory. And then green investment tax allowance for project. For example, for guitar asset, it's like if you want to change, for example, your chiller, so that you can claim under guitar asset. It's a one product. But then if it is a project, so you can claim under green investment tax allowance for Vita projects. So it is applicable for companies that undertake qualifying green technology projects for business or own consumption. Yeah. And then we also have the green income tax exemption services. The companies can enjoy the green tax exemption for 5 years. Yeah. So why we need to introduce this? Because we want to encourage more green services companies in the country. Yeah. So that's why we have the green income tax exemption ataupun services for service companies. Yeah. And then so recently in budget, yeah, this one is extended 2023, but just recently the incentive has been extended until 2025. Yeah. So still have time. Yeah. Now it's 2023, so we have 2 more years. And then now LHDN and also the Ministry of Finance, we are looking at the overall incentive that are available, and maybe we will introduce, or we will look at maybe there is potential of other incentives that we want to give to industry. Yeah. Okay. And then so these are some of the history or the take up rate, yeah, for the incentive so far in terms of the sectors. Most of the projects are from solar projects. Yeah. So it's very less in terms of for the waste very little. Yeah. And then most of the projects are from energy projects. Yeah. Okay, this is what I mentioned earlier. It's a My Hijau Mark. It is a Malaysia's official green recognition scheme for certified products and services in Malaysia market. So actually we have the apps, My Hijau. You can also have the apps, and also we also have the directory from our website. Yeah. So why we are doing this is to minimize the degradation of the environment or reduce energy emissions. Yeah. To promote health and improvement of the environment, and also to conserve the use of energy, water and other forms of natural resources, or promote the use of renewable energy, or able to recycle waste material resources. We are also like have a collaboration or understanding with other certification bodies. So we recognize their certification as well, not only for SIRIM, for example, because now in Malaysia we have quite limited certification body, right? So we also recognize other eco label, yeah? And then currently we have about 12,000 products and services in this directory. Yeah? So that if you look at this My Hijau directory, you can ensure that you are buying the green products or services. Yeah? Okay, this is also government green procurement. Actually, My Hijau is also supporting government green procurement. So it is easier for the procurement department, for example, if they want to procure any products, that they can use the directory as a reference. Yeah? So now the target is that now we have about 40 product groups, yeah, which is a common procurement products from the ministries. For example, like the cleaning services. Yeah, in our ministry, for example, last time they are not using all the chemicals. They are using like for the like what's the right or daun daun pandan as a for toilet. Yeah, so use less chemical or no chemical at all, yeah, for the cleaning services, for example. And then, for example, the photocopy machine. Yeah? There is a green photocopy machine, yeah, in the market. And then, so there are 40 product groups. Yeah? For example, the top 3 GTP products is ICT equipment, yeah, and then cleaning services, and also general printing. Yeah? So, for example, now we're also looking at the green hotel. Yeah? So hotels that are practicing the sustainability. So we will prioritize in terms of the green hotel, for example. Yeah? Okay. So, and then green Academy. This is also one of our services, and we want to have more experts in green technology. Yeah. So we have the professional certification, technical and semi-technical awareness program, and also short courses. Yeah. So we also develop NOS, yeah, and then the individual trains about 11,000, and then certified energy managers is also one of our most famous program. Okay, and then this is low carbon city. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, we want to accelerate the transformation of our cities into low carbon. Yeah. So that's why we introduced the LCC 2050 challenge. Yeah. Which was introduced in July 2019. And then our goal is to establish 200 low carbon zones and also 1,000 low carbon partners by 2030. Yeah. So currently we have trained more than 70 local authorities. Actually now in Malaysia we have about 155 local authorities. Yeah. So we have trained them. Yeah. About 70, that's half of them. And then 58 local authorities are actively participating. And then we have 57 low carbon zones, 114 low carbon partners, and these are the carbon emission reduction that we have achieved so far. Yeah. Okay. And then this one is also another program that we have, Rumah Ibadat Hijau. Yeah. Because we want to transform the place of worship to adopt green technology and sustainable practices. Yeah. Such as they change their bulb, yeah, from the conventional bulb into LED, for example. And then they use the rainwater harvesting. And then other than that, the emphasis is more on the more on the education, because for the place of worship, we also tackle the community surrounding it. Yeah? So that the awareness is not stopped at the masjid, for example, not only for the masjid, but also for the community surrounding the masjid. Yeah? And then we want to emphasize more on the electricity saving, yeah? The use of green products, and then the waste management, and also water management. For example, if anybody lives in Bandar Baru Bani, our masjid angkat, yeah, we have also adopt a masjid, Masjid Al Hasanah Section 9 Bandar Baru Bani is our masjid angkat. So that masjid they have like the collection center for the 3R, for example, so that all the money that they get from the recycle program, it will go to that masjid. So the masjid can get the benefit. Yeah. So this is one of the our program, yeah, which we also get the sponsors from RHB, for example. They sponsor Masjid Hasanah PV system. Yeah. So this is also CSR from the private sectors, to contribute to this Rumah Ibadat Hijau, or to green the house of worship, place of worship. Yeah. Okay, and then we also have created the Wakaf Masjid Hijau just for wakaf, and so that when people, so it is a crowdfunding, how we want to transform the place of the masjid towards green masjid. Yeah? And then this is also another important achievement, I would say, on the energy management gold standard. So it is on energy management program. Yeah. So you can see that the impact is huge. Yeah, because for example, the annual saving by adopting this is about 54.82 million, because most of these initiatives are done by the hospitals. If you go to any hospitals in Malaysia right now, because we have more than 150 hospitals in Malaysia, and also the health institution, they are adopting EMGS because MOH put in their concession agreement, yeah, so that they should adopt the energy management in their operation. So they have reduced a lot in terms of energy savings. Yeah. Okay. And then low carbon mobility. This is to tackle in terms of the mobility. Yeah. Um, um, so we have. You also can refer this document online. Yeah. So the target is by 2035, we want to have 10,000 EV charging stations and also 50% government EV fleet. Yeah. So we try to tackle government fleet, yeah, to change from the conventional or the ICE, the internal combustion engine to electric vehicle. Yeah. Okay. So this is also about circular economy. This is also another aspect that to give some insight, yeah, because we have the Malaysia Plastic Sustainability Roadmap, and then we have the National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan, and also waste segregation and stores at Penang. So Penang is very aggressive, yeah, in terms of banning the plastic. Yeah. Now they charge about RM1 per plastic bag. Selangor still 20 cents. Yeah. Okay. So we have 5 minutes left. Yeah. So these are the plan, yeah, for 2023. And then iGEM. So this is something that I want to highlight today, and I welcome all of you to go to our iGEM, which is our International Green Tech Eco Products Exhibition and Conference, which is an annual event. So we are gathering all the business owners, yeah, from international and also our national suppliers, yeah, to also like to showcase their innovation or their products in this platform. Yeah. So for this year, we are going to have it on 4th to 6th October at KLCC. Yeah, inshallah, our Prime Minister will come for the opening ceremony. Yeah, and then our theme for this year will be Race Towards Net Zero Leadership for Climate Action. Yeah. So we welcome all of you to this iGEM. Yeah. So you can get the information from our website www.igem.my. And then NIA is National Energy Awards for those building owners or any uh, uh, people that would like to. It's more on the industry participation, yeah, industry award. So for those like building that is energy efficient, they can participate in National Energy Awards, yeah. And then the winner will be representing Malaysia to our ASEAN Energy Awards. Yeah? So this is something that to be recognized of all our efforts. Okay, this is also something that we have, which is a low carbon operating system. So company can also, organization can measure their emission through this system, yeah, for LCOF. Okay, way forward. So we also welcome partnership, yeah, to support the Malaysia sustainability agenda. Yeah, so we are partnering with the government sector, private sector, universities and research institutions, NGO, and also international bodies and institutions. Yeah. And way forward, of course, as I mentioned earlier, so the government has a role to provide leadership through policies, funding or incentive to help build up the momentum. And also we need the public-private collaboration and also to foster collaboration and partnership with international body or institution and also to increase multilateral cooperation. Yeah. I think that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Noor Hasliza, for the insightful sharing. I hope you can stay on stage for the Q&A session. So I will now open for Q&A session from the floor as well as from the Zoom meeting. For our virtual participants, if you have any question, you can simply write down in the chat box so that I can read it and convey a question to the speakers. And in this hall, if you have any question, you can ask a question from the mic stand here. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to Mrs. Nur Hasliza and all participants to this conference. I am Yusarina from Faculty of Accountancy, UITM. Okay. Congratulations to you as well as to MGTC. Honestly, this is basically the first time that I've heard a lot about MGTC. Okay, congrats for all your efforts. But one question from me, I can see that there's a lot of incentive given to companies to, initiate and involve in this green initiative. But would you mind to explain what are the initiative, basically the benefits or the incentive for individuals like us in, moving forward in engaging more to be green? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, on top of what we have for the industries or for the companies especially, but for individual, we have few, but not so much, I would say, because we have under Sustainable Energy Development Authority or SEDA, we call it SAFE program, SAVE, SAFE program. So under that SAFE program, you can purchase your electrical appliances with some rebate. For example, you want to buy a fridge, a new fridge, or the air conditioning, or TV, television. So you can get that rebate from SEDA. You can, I think it's about 100 or 200. I can't remember how much because different appliances, there will be different rebates. So that is something that incentive that given to the individual. Yeah? And then I think for electric vehicles, there's also incentive right now. The last time they stopped for a while, and then now they're also giving some incentive for those who want to change to electric vehicles. Yeah. So these are some of the incentive that we have for individual right now. Other than that, we are still also like trying to pitch to the government and how to encourage individuals to go green. Yeah?
Thank you very much. So we have another one question from the Zoom meeting from Diana Ghazali. Assalamualaikum, Mrs. Nohasliza. My name is Diana. My ongoing research is on integrated reporting. May I know the extent to which the Malaysian public listed companies have been engaging in green technology projects? And is it more prevalent in certain industries?
Okay. For public listed companies, because they have requirement under Bursa. Yeah, so they have to report their sustainability. They have their sustainability reporting, ESG reporting and all that. Yeah, we don't have the statistic. And then there is no emphasis on certain industry. But for all the public listed, they have to report to Bursa, on all their sustainability programs or activities. And then currently we are also working with Bursa Malaysia to develop. Now we are developing the VCM handbook or the Voluntary Carbon Market Handbook. So this is something that we will launch during our iGEM in October. Because there is also, I can see that in the montage just now, you're also talking about the trading, carbon trading and all that. So we are also developing the VCM or Voluntary Carbon Market Handbook. This is also something that just for information.
Right. Thank you very much. Another one. Dear Prof, how green technology, it is from Habib Ullah. How green technology implementation developing country like Bangladesh? I think I have a similar question, if I may. I think where are we? I think this Habib Ila asked about Bangladesh. So where are we, Malaysia also, in terms of green technology initiative and implementation?
In terms of benchmarking,
Yes, I guess.
I think for developing countries, because other countries are also aggressive, we don't have the benchmark for other developing countries. But then we're also looking at Indonesia, for example. They are also quite aggressive for their low carbon cities, for example. But then in terms of the incentive, I think we are quite advanced because we have that incentive, for example, because in the region, for ASEAN region, we can see that we have a lot of talk during our discussion. So we have that incentive, for example. So I don't have the benchmarking studies, right? But we are doing our part, with our fund, the limited funding and all that. So we are progressing.
Any question from the floor? Yes, please.
Hello. So I do have a few questions.
Malaysia? Malaysia banks. Okay.
Okay. It's more flexible.
Yes.
They are just basically the money. Okay. So what's the plan to encourage more investment coming from the banks through maybe a new incentive that you can propose, basically. Yeah. So that's the two questions from me.
Okay. To address your first question about banks, how they participate in our green technology, actually we have the green technology financing scheme. It was not in the slide because it was stopped for a few years, and now actually they already announced for the GTFS 4.0 about 5 billion if I'm not mistaken. So under GTFS or Green Technology Financing Scheme, it is participation from bank because the financing scheme is a soft loan, meaning that for companies they can apply. For example, they want to embark in any project, they will submit to us, and then we will evaluate and we will issue a green certificate, meaning that we acknowledge that their project is green, and then from that green certificate they will go to the banks and then they will apply loan, and then the bank will and then they will entitle 2% interest subsidy from that loan. Yeah. So and then 60% government guarantee from that loan, and 40% from the bank lah. So actually, our participating banks are also encouraging. Yeah, I think most of the banks have given that loan to the companies. So that is how our banks are quite aggressive now, because they also been pressured by Bank Negara to give loans or to give some to participate on the green or low carbon agenda. For example, Bank Negara has introduced the LCTF, the low carbon transition financing facilities, something like that, LCTF. So this is how Bank Negara also would like the banks to participate on the green technology or low carbon initiative. And then for your second question, yes, actually the green tax incentive is not only for industries or for companies, but banks can also get the incentive because it's for organization. So meaning that if like the bank want to do any green projects, for example, they can also entitle for the incentive, because it is to implement any project, but they need to we the applicability we have to see what kind of project that they want to embark. Yeah. So that green tax incentive is for companies or any organization that would like to embark on green projects.
Thank you, Mrs. Nurhasliza. Actually, we have another two more questions from the chat box, but we have time constraint here. So to the question from the Zoom meeting, I will get Mrs. Nurhasliza answer later and share with you in the chat box. Okay, right. Thank you very much. Please remain on stage, Mrs. Nurhasliza. Sorry. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Haslinda Yusof to give a token of appreciation to Mrs. Nurhasliza. Thank you very much, Mrs. Nurhasliza, for the insightful sharing just now. Thank you, Professor Dr. Linda and Mrs. Nurhasliza. You may now be seated. Respected guests, we will now take a short 30 minutes break and we will resume our session back at 11 a.m. in the morning. To all guests and also participants in this hall, we have refreshment ready outside of the hall. You can please help yourself, right? So come back at 11 a.m. See you shortly.
University Brunei Darussalam, UBE, is emerging as one of the leading institutions of higher education in Asia. Our mission is to empower future-ready leaders through innovative education and enterprising research, driven by national aspirations and guided by the values of the Islamic monarchy. Established in 1985, opening its doors to the first intake of 176 students. The university has since produced graduates with transdisciplinary knowledge and skills. In 1995, the university moved to its current location, Link, an environment that is conducive for learning and research. Since then, UBD has seen an increase in the number of graduates, the introduction of enhancement of infrastructure, and the development of graduate studies. UBD currently holds over 4,000 students, where over 290 of them are international, as well as over 700 academic and academic staff. UBD is guided by its 5 core values: people, expertise, aptitude, relevance, and leadership. Today, there are 9 academic faculties: Academy of Brunei Studies, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Faculty of Integrated Technologies, Faculty of Science, Institute of Policy Studies, Sultan Hasnal Bolkiah Institute of Education, Pengiran Anak Putri Rashida Saad Datul Bolkiah Institute of Health Sciences, School of Business and Economics, School of Digital Science. UBD also has 7 research institutes: Center of Advanced Research, Institute of Applied Data and Analytics, Institute of Asian Studies, Institute for Biodiversity and Environmental Research, Institute for Leadership, Innovation and Advancement, Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Center for Islamic Studies, and Center for Advanced Material and Energy Sciences, and 2 service faculties, Language Center and Center for Lifelong Learning. UBD introduced the GENS program, which is an education framework designed for students to excel according to their individual learning styles. In 2011, UBD introduced the Discovery Year program as part of the GenX program, in which all students are required to leave the university for 1 year. UBD entered the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. UBD has also shown a steady rise up the Quacquarelli-Symonds QS World University Rankings. In 2019, UBD was also awarded the ISO 9001 certification. UBD has been recognized for their efforts in innovation by being awarded the Clarivet South and Southeast Asia Innovation Awards in 2020. Since 2011, research activity at UBD has increased exponentially, with the number of papers being published growing every year and having more than tripled over the last 5 years. Research at UBD continues to be driven by national relevance, with emphasis on innovative and entrepreneurial initiatives and frameworks. UBD focuses on 5 research thrusts: biodiversity, energy, Islamic studies, Asian studies, and data analytics. The success of UBD students is not confined to the academic areas only. In fact, UBD seeks to produce holistic and well-rounded generation leaders who are guided by 3 principles: innovation and entrepreneurship, industry-relevant skills, and a passion for lifelong learning. UBD, National Relevance, Global Impact.
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a government higher educational institution governed by Republic Act No. 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. PUP was established in 1904 as Manila Business School. In 1908, it was renamed as Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with Philippine Normal School from 1936 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. On April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into the charter state now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Presidential Decree No. 1341, issued by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. For more than 100 years, PUP has been a partner of the government in providing quality, globally competitive, and industry-responsive education to bright, deserving students.
Pinakamura ang matrikula sa PUP.
Pinakamababang tuition sa buong bansa, 12 pesos kada unit.
With the lowest tuition for tertiary education, qualified faculty members, efficient administrative staff, goal-oriented leaders, and industry-responsive curricula that is at par with international standards, PUP has earned a reputation of one of the country's top higher education institutions. As an epistemic community, PUP is consistent with its commitment to produce quality graduates in various fields of specialization, working toward its goal of becoming the first national polytechnic university in the country. With 22 branches and campuses spread across Luzon, serving more than 70,000 students, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels. It also offers distance learning through the Open University system, technical and professional programs in the area of business and distributive arts, education and the social sciences related to the fields of commerce, business administration, and other polytechnic areas. The commitment of its leadership, faculty, staff, students, alumni, and partners has formed the cornerstone of this university that has exceeded expectations with every generation of the graduates it has produced since its establishment. Today, PUP has gone far from what it was more than a century ago, but what remains is PUP's mission to continue to be the government's partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation of the marginalized sector of society. With quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the first polytechnic university.
University Brunei Darussalam, UBD, is emerging as one of the leading institutions of higher education in Asia. Our mission is to empower future-ready leaders through innovative education and enterprising research, driven by national aspirations and guided by the values of Malay Islamic monarchy. Established in 1985, opening its doors to the first intake of 176 students. The university has since produced graduates with transdisciplinary knowledge and skills. In 1995, the university moved to its current location, Tungkulink, an environment that is conducive for learning and research. Since then, UBD has seen an increase in the number of graduates, the introduction of new academic programs, the enhancement of infrastructure, and the development of graduate studies. UBD currently holds over 4,000 students, where over 290 of them are international students, as well as over 700 academic and non-academic staff. UBD is guided by its 5 core values: people, expertise, aptitude, relevance, and leadership. Today, there are 9 academic faculties: Academy of Brunei Studies, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Faculty of Integrated Technologies, Faculty of Science, Institute of Policy Studies, Sultan Hasna Bolkiah Institute of Education, Pengiran Anak Putri Rashida Saadatul Bolkiah Institute of Health Sciences, School of Business and Economics, School of Digital Science. UBD also has 7 research institutes: Center of Advanced Research, Institute of Applied Data and Analytics, Institute of Asian Studies, Institute for Biodiversity and Innovation and Advancement, Sultan Omar Ali Saifuddin Center for Islamic Studies, and Center for Advanced Material and Energy Sciences, and 2 service faculties: Language Center and Center for Lifelong Learning. UBD introduced the GenX program, which is an education framework designed for students to excel according to their individual learning styles. In 2011, UBD introduced the Discovery Year program as part of the GenX program, in which all students are required to leave the university for 1 year. UBD entered the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. UBD has also shown a steady rise up the Quacquarelli-Symonds QS World University Rankings. In 2019, UBD was also awarded the ISO 9001 certification. UBD has been recognized for their efforts in innovation by being awarded the Clarivet South and Southeast Asia Innovation Awards in 2020. Since 2011, research activity at UBD has increased exponentially, with the number of papers being published growing every year and having more than tripled over the last 5 years. Research at UBD continues to be driven by national relevance, with emphasis on innovative and entrepreneurial initiatives and frameworks. UBD focuses on 5 research thrusts: biodiversity, energy, Islamic studies, Asian studies, and data analytics. The success of UBD students is not confined to the academic areas only. In fact, UBD seeks to produce holistic and well-rounded generation leaders who are guided by 3 principles: innovation and entrepreneurship, industry-relevant skills, and a passion for lifelong learning. UBD, National Relevance, Global Impact.
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a government higher educational institution governed by Republic Act No. 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. PUP was established in 1904 as Manila Business School. In 1908, it was renamed as Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with Philippine Normal School from 1936 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. On April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into the Chartered State University, now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Virtue of presenting number 131 in equality, globally competitive, and industry-responsive education to bright, deserving students.
Mura ang matrikula sa PUP.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give some housekeeping notes again to all virtual conference participants. Please mute your microphone throughout the session and please ensure to always turn on your camera to make the conference lively. And also please we advise you to address appropriately as we will be having a quick photo session after our second keynote speaker. And should you have any question, kindly simply write your question in the chat box. I will bring that up during the Q&A session. And the attendance link will be provided at the end of our third keynote speaker. Thank you. It's 11 in the morning, so can we proceed to the next session? Welcome back, everyone. So now, let us welcome our second keynote speaker for today. Let me introduce to you a bit about our speaker. Dr. Nurmazila Datuk Mahzan is an independent non-executive director of BIMB Securities Sdn Bhd. She's also a member of the IFRS Foundation Integrated Reporting and Connectivity Council, IRCC, and also a board member of a few private companies. She was a former member of Integrated Reporting Framework Board, as well as a former Chief Executive Officer of the Malaysian Institute of Accountants, MIA. Dr. Nurmazila is a member of MIA, MECPA, as well as Asian CPA. She is a certified internal auditor and holds a certified risk management and assurance qualification, as well as a certified ESG analyst. She holds a PhD in accounting from the University of Birmingham, United Kingdom, and has conducted various trainings on the area of financial reporting, integrated reporting, sustainability, as well as ESG. So to all everyone in this hall, you may come forward again if you have any question. And to all virtual participants, kindly write your question in the chat box. Without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Nurmazila Datuk Mahzan to deliver her talk on essential governance pillars to drive sustainability. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all who are in the room and who are online. Before that, I would like to also express my appreciation to Professor Datuk Dr. Hajah Roziah Muhammad Jano, Vice Chancellor Universiti Teknologi MARA, Dr. Wardah Hakimah Haji Sumardi, I think she's not here, Deputy Dean Research, UBD School of Business and Economics, Brunei Darussalam, Professor Mat Anwarul Azim Arif, Vice Chancellor of International Islamic University, Chittagong, Bangladesh, Professor Noel Begonia, Chairperson of Department of Accountancy, College of Accountancy and Finance, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Mrs. Nur Hasli Muhammad Mokhtar, who has actually walked us through a very detailed information on climate change. She's the Senior Director of Climate Action Group, MGTC, and Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caraquel, Professor of Management, School of Business and Economics, Innovation, Sustainability and Development Research Group, University of Granada, Spain, all the faculty's top management, faculty members, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. So I think this morning, I'm going to walk you through the very purpose of sustainability and ESG, and we're going to discuss on how it actually connects to the governance. All right. Well, I think it's very important that first we take a step back and look again at the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to bring you back probably 100 years of history, which I think this is very important for us to understand why this SDG and ESG and sustainability is becoming a very important topic now. So I think if we look back from 100 years from before this, during those evolution of technology, evolution of industry, and we had the industrial revolution, the first industrial revolution, 1970s, and at that time, a lot of innovations taken place, and human beings came out with a lot of ideas to make their life better. For example, we don't have aeroplanes, we don't have car in the year probably 1700, yeah. But I think Henry Ford invented the first car, and with the car you can travel. But with the car you need fuel, and you start looking at and you start digging the coal and digging the fossil fuel for you to power your car. And at the same time, similar to aeroplanes and all that. And it is also similar to other types of invention. When we invent, we produce new products, we need machineries, and your machineries need to be powered by energy. And you start all the mining. And perhaps also gold, yeah? We now, you know, the women and even male, you like to probably wear gold and, everything is made of gold. But then you start to have gold mining. And whenever you embark on gold mining activities, then you are actually emitting carbon. So because human being, I think it's important, because human being innovate and would like to make life to be more affluent, you then forget to take care of environment. Yeah. So there is a very important intersections between what the human want to have and how it actually impact environment and how the earth suffer because of what human want. Right? So I think this is a very important, so to speak, if you are researchers, I think this is the start of your exploration. Then we have social, where you have investors as capital providers. They embark on large scale innovations and large scale manufacturing, and they need someone to work for them. And they start employing people. But they start employing people, there's an intersection between getting the return of investment and giving the right amount of remuneration to people. So this is again an intersection. And who decide on that? Always the tone at the top, the governance, the owner of capital. So, and what we have seen, the United Nations have seen a lot of catastrophe. They've seen earthquake. They've seen big flood. They've seen also global warming, and they also see people suffer. There are imbalance, the affluent economy and imbalance in the very poor countries. For example, countries, for example, in Africa, for example, they have a lot of minerals, but their people do not live, that they don't have access, they don't live properly, they don't have access to water and all that, despite they have minerals. Like South Africa, they have diamonds and all the gems of the world, but they're still suffering from malnutrition and all that. So there's imbalance. We've seen capitalism, the owners of capital, taken resources from certain countries and reap back the benefit and without giving back. So the imbalance has caused a lot of people suffering in the world, and that actually trigger the United Nations to come up with the Sustainable Development Goals, where Sustainable Development Goals is actually the goals are being signed, are being agreed by all countries, by 196. And countries have, in a way, they call signatories. They have promised that they do put their effort to achieve Sustainable Development Goals. And if you look at the SDG website, you can see the rating. And Malaysia is at 71, I think. US is at 40. So, and the countries that rank number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the Nordic countries like Sweden, I think, and Norway. Yeah, so they rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, which means that they do balance between development, they balance between prosperity, they balance between health and environment, right? So that's where sustainable development goals is to bring back the balance, to ensure that people can live within the development and environment is well taken care of, because there's a very strong intersection, there's a very close connectivity can between these. Yeah. All right. So I think these intersections that we are looking at, let me me try this. So this is the intersection, between people, profit, and planet, and to ensure it's sustainable because, we are all connected. If people are not healthy, okay, we have the example of COVID. When people are not healthy, they can't go to work. When they can't go to work, the industries, the corporates, the business uh, operations will not be able to happen, and therefore the profit will go down, right? And if planet is actually suffering, for example, where there's earthquake, pollution, it will affect people's health. When it affects people's health, it will affect the profit, right? At the same time, if profit is not being shared equally between taking care of people and planet, profit is not sustainable. Yeah, if you're a company, you destroy the environment, you cause pollution, you're not paying your staff well, you may get your first year profit very high. After that, it will reduce. Okay, so it is very important because this is the conversation that we have with business owners. This is the conversation that we have with the tone at the top at business entities. Yeah, they probably are not willing to invest. Yeah, Mrs. Hasliza spoke about moving to a low carbon economy. That you need to invest for retrofitting your buildings, for fitting the solar and all that. There's investment. But if companies are not willing to invest, because they take care of their current year profit, the immediate profit, but the profit may not be sustainable in long term. So we spoke about, from the integrated reporting practitioners, we spoke about the long-term purpose, not just a short-term mindset, move into at least, long-termism. So we move from short-termism to long-termism. So this is a very interesting research, for you to look at. And there's also another group, a big group that advocate for what they call degrowth. Degrowth means you take a step back. You stop that, GDP projection. You hang on there. Don't go on to, develop so many new things. So this is a very big group that talk about degrowth. You can check. There's also research on degrowth. But something for us to think of. If you develop, you explore. How much more to explore? How much new things? And what about those things you have? Are you not preserving? Okay, so it's a very, I think, theoretical mindset that needs to come. Yeah. So I myself would challenge the wealth of the nation. I would challenge the economic theory of capitalism, because there's that, after those long years, you will see that capitalism is giving benefit to our society, right? So this is again, I think, so that's why the book on the donut economy is getting a lot of traction, because it bring away from the old theory of economics talking about wealth maximization. Yeah. So now we have moved from what we call capitalism. Now they move into what they call stakeholders capitalism, that is actually advocated by the World Economic Forum. Yeah, but still within the theory or the idea of stakeholder capitalism, I think there's a lot of discussions around that. All right. So that's why when we talk about stakeholders capitalism, we're talking about investors. Yeah. So if you look at the new sustainability standard, ISSB, the main stakeholder that they address in ISSB is the investors. It's about investors' value creation. Again, I'm part of the council within the integrated reporting connectivity, but still a lot of discussion. There's a lot of discussion in terms of how about other stakeholders' value creation. Yeah? So then we talk about financials. That's where sustainable finance. Okay. So all about moving all the technology to move into low carbon economy is a very great interest to the investors. And investors are also very concerned about climate change. You know why? Because they have investment, big asset managers like the BlackRock, they have investment all over the world. They have their factory in Pakistan, for example, they have Australia, in Malaysia, in BlackRock, they used to hold about 3% in Top Glove. They have investment in many countries. So imagine those countries are affected by climate catastrophe, for example, earthquake, flood, big flood in Pakistan, their investment will be destroyed and damaged. Investment in terms of the company they invested in, that the company has assets, and we talk stranded assets. Yeah, stranded asset again is another area of research. Very important, very interesting. Since you all are accountants, that connects very much into how do you look at the impairment IFRS 136 of stranded assets. Yeah, how do you disclose in financial statements? Okay, we have yet to see that. Because I review annual report almost every day, I would say, looking at and looking at preparation. So stranded asset is another body of research for researchers. Okay, and then we have regulators. Regulators see that investors need information. Investors are concerned on their investee companies, and they introduce regulation. For example, we have the Act, and I think the government is uh, formulating a new Act on the what they call PUUR RIN, okay, which is uh, you know undang, which is PU is RUU, ya, rangka undang-undang, rang undang-undang perubahan iklim negara, RUUPIN. So it's the minister talked about having it as early as end of this year. And because our current law, Environmental Act 1974, only regulates on pollution, but and even then the fines, the highest I have seen is 120,000 if polluters of Sungai Kim Kim in Johor. Okay, so that's where regulators need to expedite, the law try to regulate. And we spoke about all the policies. So we have all the policies. Some have been shared by Puan Nur Hasliza, and we also have like national energy policy that was introduced last year, and by end of this month, government is coming up with what they call renewable energy transition policy. Okay, so a lot of those is trying to help people to try to encourage, to help to facilitate people to move to low carbon economy. And we have vendors, of course, internal stakeholders, and vendors is what we call those who supply the goods to us. And within GHG, no, we are not just talking about the carbon that we emit, the company emitted. It's also about the carbon they purchase, the carbon emission that they purchase because suppliers produce those products and they emitted carbon. For example, yeah. So, for example, say, say if we purchase we purchase car. Of course, when we use the car, we emitted carbon because we actually pump in petrol. But the car itself, in the production of those cars, if they use electricity, when they assemble the car, they actually have emitted carbon. So when they sell the car to you, you're actually purchasing a car that have emitted carbon. So it's called scope 3 emission by the third party. Yeah. So that is very important. Vendors are very important. And that is why companies in Malaysia are affected when the EU came out with all the legislations on carbon. So if you are actually exporting to EU, if the companies are exporting to EU, they have to comply with the EU regulation. EU is economic, or is a government that really has been far ahead in terms of the regulation on climate change. Yeah. Right. And then we have internal stakeholders, your staff, yeah, your board of members and your senior management. They are your internal stakeholders and they are concerned as well about sustainability, ESG and SDG, and finally the public. The public constitute, yeah, the people at large and constitute the community. So we have to really understand who are our stakeholders, because in any decision that you make, board, we have to think about how the environmental and social affecting your company and how the company is affecting the stakeholders. So this is what we call double materiality. The double materiality is a concept under the TCFD. Yeah. So now when they do risk assessment, it's not just about how the climate change and how the environment and social impacting the company, but it's also about how the company is impacting the environment and social. And the G is very important because the G is the decision maker. Okay, so that's how it's connected. And we do have list of areas in environment and like green gas house emission, the supply chain. This is the scope 3 that I mentioned. The usage, energy usage, resource usage like energy, water and land. Okay, waste production. I think you have explained for Nur Hasliza. And then what kind of energy sources, either coal, fossil fuels or renewables, and high profile risks like oil spills, mine reclamation, deforestation and water pollution. So there are many environmental problems and climate change is this. But climate change is one of the dire factor to take care of, one of the material factor that we have to prioritize. And in terms of as social, it's about one thing very much is about human rights issues. Yeah. And I think human rights issues, there is a guideline by United Nations guideline on human rights for business. So now I think many corporates would learn to comply to those guidelines. And they talk about modern slavery. Modern slavery, uh, in the sense, someone asked me, what do you mean by modern slavery? Slavery should have been wiped off, yeah, should not be there anymore. However, modern slavery is talking about, employment. People are being employed, but maybe their hands are not tied, in that sense, the traditional slavery, but they are not given access to their rights. For example, we do have guideline by International Labour Organization. They call it guideline on decent work of forced labor. On the forced labor indicators, one of those indicators include if those employees or those workers are not given access to communication. They're not allowed to call their family members. They are not allowed to go outside, and their identity, their passport are being held. Those are indicators of forced labor, and those are connected to modern slavery. They are not allowed to communicate. They're not slavery in the sense that their hands are tied by, metal, metal rings or whatnot, but they are not given that access. So that is what we call modern slavery. And child labor is still a problem. Working conditions, employee relations, diversity in terms of gender, racial background, discrimination, product quality and safety, workplace safety is very important again. That whatever, how your work environment need to be safe, and also finally it's about responsible marketing. So these are list of areas on environment and social. So environmental issues, of course, include global warming, where how does global warming happen? The heat wave, it actually contributed by the green gas house that has been emitted to the ozone. Okay, and then waste disposal problem, landfills. I think plastic, for example, has caused a lot of problems in the landfill because they're not degradable. Water pollution. I think Malaysia is very famous with water pollution. Our river become red, green, and all sort of water. And there was one occasion, the river was very, very, it smells very nice because apparently a lorry full of perfume over the curfew. Of course, it smelled very nice, but it disrupted the water supply. And we have problem with biodiversity. We know very well, for example, the Malaysian tiger, we only have about 100 left. Yeah, the species. Then, of course, air pollution. This is another Southeast Asia problem. And haze has been a problem where people can get asthmatic and all that. And destruction of forests, which also disrupt the ecosystem. It causes more of landslides, it causes flood, okay, and I think it also causes the surrounding area disruption to life and livelihood of the surrounding area. And I think all these also affect the revenue of people. It affects, for example, the fish that you can have by the fishermen. So a lot of these affect as well the economic prosperity. Okay. All right. This is latest. Yeah, latest as we speak today. We do see. Okay, I do monitor what is happening in my own way. Yesterday they talked about heat wave in Japan that has never happened in 150 years. Okay, and they spoke about South Korea flood. Right, there's a flood in South Korea that people were stuck in the tunnel and heat stroke in Japan, and also heat wave in Asia, Southeast Asia, and in Bangkok. I think last month they recorded like 45 degrees Celsius. So it is ongoing now. And at the same time, in Malaysia, at 1 in the morning you get a very strong heat, and in the afternoon you get a very strong rain. A lot of things that we've never felt before, and because of climate change. Because of climate change. But and then how does it impact the profit? That will impact, the agriculture produce, and that impact the food security. There's a lot of, I think, connectivity with one catastrophe to what is next. So climate change impact agriculture produce, impact food security, impact the price of food. So I think this is I think is a circular impact that we are feeling, right? And let's have a look at this video.
message is clear. Time is running out. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50%. we don't take action, the collapse of our civilization and the extinction much of the natural world is on the horizon. The world's people have spoken. Their message is clear. It's running out.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher than it was in 1900. And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we are chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves are the most efficient consumers of carbon dioxide that there are on Earth. We're going to destroy the ground because the soil of a rainforest isn't very good. We are actually tampering with the climate of Earth and with the very atmosphere that we breathe. When we talk about the disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen where the ozone layer goes. The world has become so fragile that we cannot subject the Earth to the tortures we can now inflict upon it. When we talk about the greenhouse effect, we're talking about something that affects the entire Earth. And these problems are life and death problems. They go to the root of the viability of the planet itself. So if there's one thing that is biologically certain about the human species, is that it is a human species, one species.
If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing else will matter. Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
The only way we can solve a problem is by a human solution. Never can we sit back and wait for miracles to save us. Miracles don't happen. Sweat happens. Efforts happens. Thought happens.
All right. Okay. So when you watch the video just now, you know whatever happened is because what human has done. What human has done, what human has planned, and how they have lived. Okay? And next, we know very well the risk that we are facing. The risk that we're going to grapple with a lot of ways, the risk that our climate is getting worse, and the climate change will give more impact, and the risk that there won't be enough water for the generation to come. So we've seen and we've understood the risk, and we have seen the data from science. So this data from the IPCC stands for Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that is hosted by United Nations. They're all comprised of scientists, and they have done a lot of data collections, and they've done scientific research to see the impact. And apart from IPCC, if you look at NASA, the satellite, NASA showed the real, picture of what is happening to the Earth from satellite. And it says that this is the final report by IPCC that was produced in March 2023, and it says that IPCC confirms human activities are responsible for climate change. And in the Paris Agreement says that we try not to allow the global warming to increase more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. If we reach to 2 degrees Celsius, the impact will be more flood, there'll be more sea level rises, and a lot of places will be submerged. Okay, there'll be, I think there'll be more probably heat wave. And now where we are, we have reached 1.1 degrees Celsius of global warming. And we've seen the heat wave. I think we've never felt the kind of heat that we felt probably a few weeks ago. I switch on my aircon until the motherboard blown up. So I have to change the motherboard because it's so hot. I just couldn't stand it. So my aircon is, I work from home. So my aircon is switch on most of the time until it can. So that shows that it is real. It is real. We are seeing it. Now, are we just going to do nothing? Okay? And existing policy is not enough to limit global warming. There is emission gaps in terms of NDC. NDC is nationally determined contributions. I think we've seen the statistic just now. Each countries that has signed the Paris Agreement, they need to disclose the nationally determined contribution. Yeah, so and in Malaysia, by 2020, we need to reduce the carbon intensity in our GDP by 45%. Right, that's our signed promise. Those on environment. At the same time, we have social issues, a lot of inequality, imbalance. And we also have seen where climate has caused the social inequality getting bigger. Yeah, for example, we probably have read in last year, Pakistan, the south of Pakistan had a huge flood. And why they have a huge flood? Because the glaciers on the Mount Himalaya actually melted much faster than it should be. And it caused a huge flood in South Pakistan. And they need a lot of money to regenerate their economy, to rebuild the houses, the buildings. And that caused displacement. They have to be relocated. And that caused a lot of social difficulties. Same we read about Syria and Turkey, where people have been displaced because of earthquake. And it caused social difficulty. So, and that then make life become harder for people. Yeah, make life become harder for people, and that cause the social unrest, right? So I think this is where it's important to see that interconnected information issues, and where thereby striking the balance is very important. So the ILO stands for the Institute of Labour Organization, came out with this principle of just transition. Just transition means that while we are moving to the low carbon economy, we have to ensure proper social equality and proper social prosperity, and we have to ensure there's a balance. For example, Petronas. If Petronas were to move, or Tenaga Nasional Berhad, if they were to move to the low carbon economy, they have probably to stop their coal power plant. So does it mean that those staff that are working in TNB would lose their job? Okay, so that is just transition. So in this transition, you have to make sure that there's a reskilling, upskilling, and people need to be, realigned in terms of their skill set so that the company can move to low carbon economy. So the grand design is not just about the technology. The grand design is also about the people. So it's people, process, technology. So there has to be a grand design overseeing all those. Yeah. So that's why it has to be a big thinking. So ESG and sustainability are a bit different in a way. Yeah. So it is used interchangeably. So we know SDG are actually signatories by government. It's a promise by governments around the world. So from SDG, we're looking at sustainability of the whole, sustainability of government, social, and businesses. While the businesses try to be sustainable, businesses, they have their investors. Each business has their investors. So investors focus on environmental, social, and governance. So ESG is the focus of investors, is the focus of the corporate. Because when I want to invest, I will evaluate on the environmental state of affairs of the company. I'll evaluate on their social policies, and I look at those in governance. Okay, so today we going to see when investors or any stakeholders look at those in governance, what do we look at and how the governance play the role. So for any corporates, what drive the sustainability is about the value at the end. So it's no longer about profit. We no longer talk about profit as our sole target, okay, or our sole objective. It's about value. And value can be interpreted based on your stakeholders. That's very important. And in order to achieve this value creation, we must look at what are resources that you have, and then your governance. That's where the governance is very important. Then ensuring that strategy, materiality, and risk are properly set to achieve those outputs. And sustainability stays at heart, at the center, that those in governance need to understand and needs to incorporate sustainability and ESG in their decision making, right? And those in governance will oversee the top management to set strategy, to set materiality and risk. They make the decision, give the approval. So that's why the governance has a proper mindset and in incorporating sustainability into their mindset. Not just the structure, not just on paper, not just disclosure. It's in the mindset, in the belief system. That's how important it is. So going back to the core of it rather than what is reported. So reporting is at the end. Reporting is really at the end. It has to come into the purpose. That is why for public listed entities in Malaysia now, each and every director of public listed entity now need to attend training, compulsory training on sustainability. Now it has started, I think, maybe it kick off 1st of August. 1st of August is compulsory. Singapore has made it compulsory, I think, since last year. Yeah. So because they need the understanding and the mindset need to change. Yeah, because everything is about the decision making. So this is a very interesting research by PwC called ESG Value Creation Journey. It actually categorized into three. Sorry, it moved into. My slide suddenly disappeared. Okay, so PwC categorized companies or any organization into three categories. First, those that call it BAU, BAU, but it's business as usual. That means they're not doing anything. Yeah, they're not doing anything. They may be profitable. These companies may be profitable, business as usual, but it may not be for long because ESG is real. Yeah, so they may have, you know, their production, their palm oil, so to speak, everything, but it may not be for long because climate change will affect the produce, will affect, you know, how the workers are working and all that, and their value will maybe reduce. Yeah, they will have value reduction. So this is the BAU, and there will be the headwinds from ESG. Customer will be switching, and regulatory costs. We talk about regulatory costs. One thing that I'm watching now is when is Malaysia going to introduce carbon tax? Another research area. carbon tax. Singapore has introduced carbon tax for any additional. The threshold is 25,000 tons. Any carbon emitted by the company more than 25,000 tons will be taxed at $5, 5 Singapore dollar. So any additional 1 ton, 5 Singapore dollar. So if you produce extra 10,000 tons, so imagine the carbon tax that you have to pay. So with that, it's a regulatory. If company stays business as usual, okay, 5 minutes time. So they will be affected. So those in the middle, they continue. They try to adapt. They try to move. They may preserve their value, but those who are more ambitious, they will take opportunity, not just taking care of the risk. They take opportunity. That includes all the technologies that that MGTC has. So they will grab that one. So ESG, looking at a closer look, it's not just the normal general issues. Yeah, there are issues such as ESG governance, whether the company has structures. So these are the principles that need to be there. The reporting and disclosure, that whether the company has got data to mitigate or to limit the greenwashing, and to ensure that the staff KPI, especially the top management, is linked to ESG, and to ensure that climate risk appetite and management are properly handled. So these are the normal governance issue, but we have these additional issues that specifically relate to ESG. And the MCCG, they do have the Code of Corporate Governance 2021 that actually includes the requirement for governance of sustainability by public listed company, that includes the strategy, priority and targets, and to include that in the reporting. Yeah. And further to that, the ISSB and TCFD, yeah, TCFD is task recommendation from Task Force on Climate Change, Climate Financial Disclosure. So TCFD is now has gone into ISSB. Governance is one of the disclosure that is required, and is to describe the board's oversight on climate risk and opportunities. Yeah, risk and opportunities, and describe the management role. So in a way, the MCCG has included into the Code of Corporate Governance on the director's role and management roles, and it includes the performance evaluation. Okay, and Bank Negara, someone is very interested on the financial institution. Bank Negara has many regulations. This is one of them on governance, whereby the banks have to start disclosing based on TCFD, and it includes the governance recommendation. So there are 7 for the financial institution to disclose on the board oversight of sustainability and climate related matters, similar to MCCG. Governance structure, including climate related matters at management level, board credentials, the board knowledge, and the board knowledge on climate related information, sustainability and climate related training, board discussion of sustainability issues in board meetings, and then remuneration and separate. This is the stretch. So these are the requirements for financial institution, and the TCFD disclosure, I think, would be effective by end 2023. Yeah, for the financial institution. So we're going to see by end of 2023. So governance has always been questioned, and share directors are sued over flawed climate strategy. And for example, Sungai Gong, when pollution happened, they look for the directors. So directors are the one being charged. So governance is always very important, and because they determine the direction. And it's all together to achieve, to mitigate the global warming. That's the goal, to mitigate the global warming. And there's a complex relationship between carbon emission and government corruption. Okay, so it's another interesting thing. Corruption may hinder the effort towards mitigating climate change. Right? Again, we have seen the impact witness. the top glove valuation, I think, was affected because of the social issue, because of the workers issue, and global banks factors are dominated by governance issues. So honestly, if I put the head of BNB Securities, BNB Securities is stockbroking. The analysts are doing a lot of research reports to recommend to their clients on ESG counters. So they do look at governance. That's one of the factors that they look, they evaluate, and they will adjust their recommendations. Yeah. So at BNB Securities, I do advise the team in terms of looking at more reports on ESG, because BNB Securities clients include like EPF or PNB. So all this research report will help in terms of the investment decisions. Okay. Legal opinion, we do have legal opinion done by ICDM and also Commonwealth Climate and Law Initiative. In essence, it says that under the current Companies Act 2016, current Companies Act of Malaysia, the regulation or the accountability of the directors, their roles would include also on matters on climate, on ESG, on climate. So they can be responsible for that. Okay. This is an example of Petronas Sustainability Governance. So this is the governance structure. Okay. Petronas Integrated Report 2022 is my favorite report. This is the governance structure where at the board level, these three committees are involved in providing oversight and shape long-term sustainability. After the board level, they have the executive leadership team, what we call the C-suite or the management team. They provide strategic direction, and below that, at the individual department, the committee level, they implement, and operating unit, they establish and execute. So clear roles at every level of management. This one, executive level or what we call kumpulan pelaksana, this is the head of departments, that is the C-suite, and that's the board. Clear roles at every level with regards to sustainability. Okay, and this is the example about the sustainability committee at the staff level, headed by the chief sustainability officer, and members include everyone from each department. It's an integrated committee. So which means that sustainability has to be at the heart. It's not just one department working in silos. Everyone needs to have a role in sustainability. Right? And this is the report by EY on governance sustainable value creation. It says that effective governance is the key to long-term value-led sustainability. But still a lot more to be done, a lot more improvement is needed, and there has to be systematic, accountable, and authentic governance. The word authentic is very important. Okay, so this is another point that I would like to bring, because coming from the analyst point of view, analysts, they sit in asset management, asset managers. So in the world of investing, many asset managers in the world, 700, a lot of asset management companies. So they put the investment into many companies, and they have the voting right. They do have the voting right. So if you look at the shareholding structure of public listed, there's a lot of nominee. So they are asset managers. So this is an example of how the Rathbones Group is an asset management company. And what they did is they hold a campaign calling for improved corporate reporting on modern slavery issues at 44 companies in the FTSE where they have an investment. So investors do have power, a lot of power. So that shows another example is where BlackRock actually voted against the reappointment of 5 directors in Top Glove in 2021. However, EPF voted for, so EPF has higher votes. So the directors are reinstated. So they do have voting power because they vote for directors and they vote for the company's affairs. Okay? Right, so these are my suggestions. Yeah, these are my suggestions. When governance look at governing, they need to look at who are the board members that have the knowledge and capacity and who are the board members can lead in terms of governing the ESG, and there has to be robust risk and materiality assessment. Actually, risk and materiality assessments are very important. I can run probably one whole day course on just risk and materiality, perhaps 2 days, because it's very, very important because companies differ in their operation. Yeah, some companies the E is stronger, but to another company the S is stronger. So there might not be a template that is similar to all. So if a lot of questions that people ask, how do we start? When I give talks to companies, to the directors, how do we start? Risk and materiality assessment. Very important. And if did E, environment, not all have carbon emission. Sometimes other things are bigger than that. For example, we talk about financial institutions just now. Yeah, when financial institutions look at their portfolio, they look at credit rating of the borrowers or the customers, their credit rating with regards to customers' exposure to environment and social. Yeah, think about that. So, for example, if they give loan to a company has a huge exposure to S, then they are not, if their market shares drop, their clients reduce. So it brings credit risk to the financial institution. Okay, it, a direct environmental impact, but impact to the client. So for financial institution, the risk is high. That's why BNF is looking at more, is introducing the regulations to financial institution, and Securities Commission coming out. Actually, they have introduced the sustainable and responsible investment, the taxonomy, December 2022. So the role of sustainable finance and sustainable investing is very important because that's where the money comes from. Okay, so please understand the relationship. So setting strategies, target and performance need to be done by the management. Implementation plan and target need to be there, and finally communication and reporting. So if I'm a director, I look for this report to be presented. Okay, I look for this report to be presented. That day I gave a training to a company and the director asked, how do you make sure it's implemented? So I get the management to table the information. I'll get them, but I'll review and monitor, especially at the audit committee and risk. Okay, so that's the principle of governance. So, but most important thing, those charged with governance need to really understand, need to have that mindset. Whenever you make decision, think about the planet, people, and profit. But that's not always the ideal. A lot of conversation, they will come back to me and say, our investors need dividend this year. Right? So then maybe I want to ask you a question. If you put your money saving in Tabung Haji, if Tabung Haji goes for ESG, with that the dividend we pay to you is lower, what would be your response? Okay? So I want you to think about that. Okay? Right? So governance is the main driver in achieving sustainability. Okay? There's a summary. Interoperability is needed to avoid fragmentation. ESG are very interdependent, and reporting and communication is one of the key factors, because with reporting and communication we get data. Data is for us to make decisions how to improve further. So with that, thank you very much. Let's open it for question and answer.
Thank you, Dr. Nurmazila. So now I open for the Q&A session. Can we have one question from the floor? Do we have any? Or any participant from the Zoom meeting, you can simply write down your question. So I will pass it to our speaker. Yes, we have one question.
Assalamualaikum. So the thank you very much for the Q&A session. All right. So as someone who's in a board, okay, for financial institutions, normally what is the the behavior of the board when a green uh, a green ideas is will want to be implemented in the organization.
Right. Okay. How do we, maybe what your question is, how do we approve any, any issues that is tabled at the board? Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not at the bank itself. I'm at the subsidiary, which is the security firm. But in any board decision making, there's always a deliberation. So the paper will be tabled, and board decision will be, in a way, each of the board member will hold, in a way, a vote in it. Yeah. But in most cases, there's a lot of discussion, and in most cases, there's a lot of deliberation, and the chairman play a very big role in bringing everyone's idea to come to the final decision. So there could be board members from various backgrounds as well. So it's very important that it ties back to the purpose of the organization. Yeah, the purpose of the organization and the targets and the strategic objective always become the reference point whenever board evaluate any paper and to decide on the paper. So once the board has decided, it becomes a board decision. It's not an individual decision. Okay, it becomes the board. The board is actually a body by itself, but a member is just one voice in the board. Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Question from the Zoom meeting. Do we have any question? Or anyone from this hall? Do we have any more question to ask to Dr. Normazila? I guess we only have one question, Doctor.
Alright.
Thank you very much.
I do, maybe I try to answer. There was one question early on integrated reporting. Okay, so the structure of reporting in Malaysia right now, so integrated reporting stays in MCCG, Malaysian Code of Corporate Governance by Securities Commission, which says that large public listed entities that has the market capitalization over 2 billion, I think, they need to prepare integrated reports. So out of those, I think almost 287 large companies have prepared as per CG Monitor 2021. So almost, yeah. I think by now maybe 100%. But apart from that, those other companies, they also have prepared integrated report. But then we also have a regulation by Bursa Malaysia listing requirement for all companies to have sustainability statement. And Bursa has the sustainability reporting guideline. Sustainability statement can be recorded inside the integrated report. But some companies that have a lot of data on environment and social, some choose to prepare a separate sustainability report. So there are probably two practices, maybe three practices. Company that prepare integrated report without sustainability report and their sustainability statement all integrated, like Samdab, everything in. Petronas, Berhad, everything. But there's also another trend where they prepare integrated report and they have sustainability report. For example, MISC, Petronas Chemical Berhad. Yeah. But there are also companies, they prepare sustainability report, but they don't have integrated report. They just have annual report. These are small cap companies. Normally, sometimes they also don't have the sustainability report, everything in the annual report that follow the Schedule 9 of Bursa Malaysia listing requirement. So those are, you probably won't see strategy, you won't see value creation. It's just the normal operational review, financial review, and all that. So in terms of reporting, there are differences on the impact to the stakeholders. Yeah, because integrated reporting tend to articulate the value creation in a much better way. Yeah. So the other thing is that about the IRCC, where I sit as a member, what happened when the merger between the IIRC and Value Reporting Foundation to IFRS, they converted the board members from integrated reporting framework into the IRCC, and for us to bridge the connectivity and to build in more interoperability. You know why? If you have looked at the S1 and S2, they talk about reporting being a building block. So ISSB is the baseline. So if you then prepare your sustainability data and statement into your integrated report, so there has to be connectivity. And some companies, they even use GRI, then there has to be connectivity between the S1, IR, and GRI. So that is the role, the work that I'm doing. Okay, so I hope that makes it clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Normazila. Can you remain on stage for a while? So we have a token appreciation session. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Haslinda Yusof to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Normazila. Thank you very much, Dr. Normazila, for the brilliant sharing just now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are actually still waiting for Professor Dr. Javier to join our virtual Zoom meeting. So we will take a short 5-minute break for a while waiting for Professor. Thank you. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Professor Dr. Javier, can you hear me?
Yes, hello everybody. Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. We are actually taking 5 minutes break from the
Okay.
second keynote speaker just now. So we're coming back in 5 minutes, Prof.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. going to take a photo session with our speakers as well as Professor Dr. Javier from the virtual meeting and virtual participants. Right? So a picture is worth 1,000 words, but of course, memory is priceless. Okay, hence I would like to request everyone in this hall, if you possible, to fill up the front seat so that we can have the crowd stand also possible, because it's only a few of us here. And if you don't mind, everyone from the Zoom meeting, could you please turn on your camera and smile beautifully? Let's give a few seconds to set up everyone. All right. Can we begin with the virtual meeting room first? Virtual meeting. On my count, 1, 2, 3. On my count, one more time. Thank you everyone for your beautiful smiles and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our third keynote speakers for today, Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caracuel. Let me share with you a little bit about our speaker today. Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caracuel is a full professor of management, School of Business and Economics at University of Granada, Spain. He is active in research, and his research interests focus on environmental management, green innovation, corporate social responsibility, and firms' internalization. Currently, he is collaborating in projects that analyze the influence of corporate and social responsibility on reputation and performance in the context of multinational enterprises. He has published in many international top-tier journals and contribution in books published by internationally renowned editorial. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caracuel with his sharing on firm sustainability in emerging markets. The screen is yours, Prof. I'm sorry, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
On mute.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to share the screen.
Sorry, we still cannot hear you, Prof.
Hello, can you hear me? Is it okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
I'm sorry,
So,
Professor.
yes?
I think there's a technical issues. We cannot hear you from this hall.
Okay, I'm going to try again.
One second, Prof.
Yes. Hello, hello, yes.
Okay, Prof.
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes, wonderfully. Thank you, Prof. You may proceed.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to share the screen. Hello, can you see the slides?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the presentation. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this 8th international conference entitled Leveraging Governance for Sustainability. Sorry, I can. Is it possible to? I can hear some sounds. Okay, now it's okay. Well, it's a pleasure for me to participate in this conference, and thank you very much. I would like to thank Rina for this invitation, and also the university in general. Congratulations for this wonderful event. And then I'm going to start with my speech entitled Firm Sustainability in Emerging Markets. As mentioned before, my name is Javier Aguilera Caracuel. I'm full professor of Management and Corporate Social Responsibility. I belong to the ISDE Research Group from the University of Granada in Spain. Sorry, I have some problems with the slides now. Oh, sorry. I put the last slide. Okay. My research areas are related to social, environmental, and financial sustainability, specifically in the context of emerging markets firms from Latin America and now from Southeastern Asian firms. Also, my research areas are related to firm internationalization, green innovation, and NGOs. You can find my list of publications, the impact of my previous studies in different academic networks such as Google Scholar, ORCID, ResearchGate, Academia, LinkedIn, and Web of Science in Publons. Well, my research is also research is directly connected to the international context. In this sense, talking about the international context, my research is directly influenced by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In terms of the European context, my research is directly related to the European Horizon Framework Program for 2021 to 2027, based in 3 pillars: excellent science, global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, and innovative Europe. Talking about the Spanish context, my research is also connected to the Spanish Strategy for Science, Technology and Innovation, 2021-2027, based on the Program for the Promotion of Scientific and Technical Research of Excellence, and also Research and Development and Innovation Program oriented to the challenges for the society. Talking about the Andalusian context, my research belongs to the Research, Development and Innovation Strategy of Andalusia, 2021-2027, and also related to the University of Granada. The main objectives of my research, talking about firm internationalization in emerging market firms, are the following ones. First, the organizational and institutional factors that condition the adoption of proactive environmental strategies in companies from Latin America and Southeast Asia. Second, analyze how firms from emerging markets contribute to the sustainable development goals in both home and host countries. Third, determine how corporate governance mechanisms can condition the adoption of sustainability strategies in companies from emerging markets in the post-COVID era. 4, make a comparison between firms from emerging versus developed markets in terms of internal factors, organizational and institutional, that contribute to the adoption of advanced strategies in terms of business sustainability. 5, study the role of the institutional profile of the home and host countries in terms of 3 dimensions: regulatory, normative, and cognitive, in the business sustainability of companies from emerging markets. Now I'm going to talk about an European research project that I got a couple of months ago. It was an important European call, a very important, based on the ecological transition and digital transition projects in the period 2022 to 2024. This European project is entitled The Circular Economy and the Adoption of Proactive Environmental Strategies in European Multinational Companies, a contingent approach. I am the main researcher together with Dr. Jaime Guerrero Villegas from the University of Cádiz, also in Spain. I got a funding of 60,365 euros. Okay, this project, which is very directly connected with my research area that I previously mentioned, in order to explain in a better way and be concise, this project, I'm going to use the following table of contents. First, justification and contribution of the proposal. Second, previous results of the research team. Third, general objectives. 4, a specific objective and hypothesis. 5, methodology. 6, resources available to the project. 7, work plan and schedule. 8, scientific technical impact. 9, social and economic impact. And finally, budget. Okay. Justification of the proposal. As everybody knows, climate change and environmental degradation is nowadays present in worldwide. However, firms are working very hard in order to get a transition from the linear model based on use, consume, and dispose to the circular economy models. The circular economy is one on which the value of products, materials, and resources are kept in the economy for as long as possible, reducing the generation of waste. Firms are also considering, not all the firms, but firms are getting as objective to get climate neutrality in 2050. There are also significant pressures from international organizations such as United Nations Environment Programme, Intergovernmental Group on Climate Change, and so on. And in the context of Europe, we can see that this region is one of the world leaders in the transition towards circular economy. I point out significant regulations such as the Action Plan for Circular Economy in 2015 and 2020, European Green Deal, regulation of the European Parliament, and also on regulation from the European Council. All this regulation is really focused on circular economy, on promoting circular economy within firms' environmental strategies. Talking about Europe, we can see that it's a very big region, but we can find very heterogeneous countries in terms of the level of commitment to the objectives set by the European Union in terms of circular economy. On the one hand, we can find some very committed countries in terms of circular economy, such as the Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, France, Italy. However, on the other hand, we also find less committed countries in terms of circular economy, such as Romania, Cyprus, Greece, Slovakia, and Bulgaria. European companies need, on the one hand, to redesign their processes, products, and services. They also need to redesign their corporate strategy, and finally improve their international reputation and employer branding. These three aims are directly related to promoting circular economy. Talking about European context and considering that circular economy can also be found not only in a local context, but especially in a globalized context. We point out the relevant role of the European multinational companies. These multinational companies, operate internationally. What we want to find is that these firms can have a differentiated impact of circular economy in the country of origin and in the host country. Host countries can be both developed and developing regions. It depends. These European multinational companies are important agents of change and environmental progress at the local and also, of course, global levels. They also face diversity of stakeholders, pressures, and expectations in relation to the circular economy problem. And also they can find international pressures from international organizations. They can find, or they can see that they need to decide whether reactive versus proactive approaches to sustainability is better or not. In order to decide this, they need to see if environmental sustainability can be regarded as a cost or as an investment in the long term. They also need to decide whether it is better for them to adapt or standardize green management's corporate circular economy related practices in the markets where they operate, both developed and developing. Stated differently, these European multinational companies need to see if it's better for them to standardize circular economies approaches in the different markets where they operate, reinforcing their international reputation and internal coherence within their internal network, including different regions where they operate, both developed and developing. Well, now I'm going to talk about previous results of the research team regarding this research area. Well, the main research centers are the University of Granada and University of Cadiz. Both universities belong to to Spain, and they are very, very important universities in this region. Well, members of this research team have also international academic networks, such as ESTUMER in Colombia, of course, University of MARA in Malaysia, thanks to RINA's collaboration, and University in the United Kingdom. We get more than 50 journal citation reports, publications in this research area. We are talking about business sustainability and internationalization. More than 140 presentations and communication in congresses and expert forums at a national and international levels. We also have an active supervision of doctoral theses. We participate in previous research projects on the subjects, European and Spanish, important European and Spanish projects. And we also get international collaborations with centers of recognized prestige, such as the school, University of Reading in the United Kingdom, University of Bocconi in Italy, University of Manchester, United Kingdom, Texas Christian University in the United States, and also active participation with two important national research groups from the University of Granada and University of Cadiz. The general objectives of these European research projects are the following ones. One, deepen the study of European multinational companies, considering their presence in institutionally different environments. Second, analyze the existing connections between environmental proactivity and financial performance in European multinational companies, considering their presence in developed and emerging areas. Third, make a comparison between European multinational companies in order to determine differences in terms of circular economy commitment, depending on the country of origin of the company. 4. Use complementary theoretical approaches to add rigor to the theoretical argument, justification of hypotheses, and discussion of results. 5. Reinforce research line through the dissemination of results, research stays, and of course, international collaboration networks. I'm going to talk about the specific objectives and hypotheses of these European research projects. 1. Analyze how the adoption of proactive environmental strategies according to circular economy approaches influence the levels of financial performance of European multinational companies. Hypothesis 1 would be the commitment of European multinational companies to circular economy through the development of proactive environmental strategies is positively related to the levels of financial performance. Second, analyze the influence of the strategic leader of the European multinational company on the adoption of proactive environmental strategies according to the approaches of circular economy. Hypothesis 2 would be the existence of transformational strategic leaders in European multinational companies is positively related to the development of proactive environmental strategies in accordance with circular economy approaches. Third, analyze the influence of the board of directors of the European multinational company on the adoption of proactive environmental strategies in accordance with the approaches of the circular economy. We consider the board of directors by using 3 different measures. First, the presence of independent directors. Second, the existence of specific environmental committees. Third, the presence of directors with high level of diversity in terms of culture, nationality, and age. 4, study the influence exerted by the ability to generate financial resources, of the European multinational company on the impact of the adoption of proactive environmental strategies according to the approaches of the circular economy on finance performance. Hypothesis 4 would be the existence of financial resources in European multinational companies strengthen the positive relationship between the development of proactive environmental strategy in accordance with circular economy approaches and the levels of financial performance. 5, we have the following hypothesis. The innovation capacity of European multinational companies strengthen the positive relationship between the development of proactive environmental strategies in accordance with circular economy approaches and the levels of financial performance. The 6th objective, the 6th hypothesis would be the international geographic diversification of European multinational companies reinforces the positive relationship between the development of proactive environmental strategy aligned with circular economy approaches and the levels of financial performance. The 7th objective would be to study the influence exerted by the institutional characteristics of the market of origin and destination where the European multinational company operates, as well as the institutional distance between them, on the impact of adopting a proactive environmental strategy in accordance with the approaches of the circular economy on financial performance. So on the one hand, we consider the institutional distance between the home and host countries. This institutional distance is considered by using the regulatory, cognitive, and normative dimensions, following the institutional theory approaches. Then we consider the home country's institutional profile, and on the other hand, the host country institutional profile. both home and host country institutional profile is measured again by using regulatory, normative, and cognitive dimensions. 8. Propose descriptive and confirmatory empirical evidence related to the above objectives. And 9. Disseminate the results and conclusions of the project both in the social and academic fields. You can see now a summary of the model. On the one hand, we can see the impact of transformational strategy leader, independent directors, specific environmental committees, and level of diversity of directors on proactive environmental strategies in accordance with circular economy approaches. Then we see the impact of circular economy approaches in European multinational companies on financial performance. And we can see as moderating variables the following ones. On the one hand, talking about the internal organizational aspects, we have firm innovation and financial slack availability of financial resources. And talking about institutional aspects, we have geographical diversification, home and host country institutional profile, and finally, institutional distance between home and host countries, both developed and developing regions. Talking about methodology, we use the literature review based on university report journals, IC Well of Knowledge. We also make reference to the proposal of models that have been mentioned before. Talking about information gathering, we make use of really widely recognized international database such as ACON from Thomson Reuters, Wharton, ESG Bloomberg, European Performance Index, Environmental Performance Index, World Bank, and World Economic Forum. And variable measurement is of course based on previous literature. Talking about data analysis, in terms of codification and statistical analysis, we make use of panel data, scale validation, primary and secondary information. In terms of resources available to the project, we have access to bibliographic database such as ProQuest, IB Inform, Science Direct, Business Source, Premier, and Emerald. Talking about company databases, of course, this is a really important resource because now we are building panel data, which is very interesting and it will lead us to test hypotheses. As mentioned before, we have ESG Bloomberg, CompuStat, Sabi, ACON, and Wharton. And of course, we have statistical software licenses, both in the University of Granada and Universities of Cardiff. We get ESPSS, Stata, EQS, and M++. You can see now the scale of activities, the research plan that we are having in 2023 and 2024. Okay, in 2023, we have already made the literature review and hypothesis development. We are finishing with that. And sources of information will be used from September to December 2023. In 2024, we will define variable description, codification of data. We will also do the statistical analysis and dissemination of results. This European research project has scientific technical impact and also social and economic impact. In terms of scientific and technical impact, we are going to strengthen and extend the literature that connects environmental sustainability and internationalization in the context of European multinational companies that operate both in developed and emerging markets. Second, determine the internal, organizational, and institutional factors that condition these relationships. Third, we are going to establish collaborative relationships with international centers of recognized prestige. And finally, we are going to present papers at relevant scientific congresses, and we will submit, of course, articles to top-tier journals from journal citation reports, impact factor. In terms of social and economic impact, we are going to disseminate requirements and implications of the internationalization process and circular economy management in European multinational companies. In terms of academic implications, we are going to make use of consolidated theoretical frameworks in order to analyze the degree of commitment of European multinational companies with circular economy approaches promoted from the European Union in both developed and emerging markets by using a contingent approach. In terms of the implication for management, of course, we will highlight the relevant commitment of managers in order to integrate circular economy into the firm corporate strategy. Talking about the dissemination of results, of course, on the one hand, we are in the process of publicating or making publications in journal citation report index journals, such as International Business Review, Journal of Management Studies, Strategic Management Journal, Organization and Environment, or Journal of Cleaning Production. Talking about professional publications, we work in the process of getting publications in important journals such as California Management Review, University Business Review, and Harvard Business Review. As mentioned before, we are participating in congresses and forums with international prestige, such as Academy of Management Meeting, URAM, Groningen, Academy of International Business Conference, and so on. You can see here a summary of the budget. We are having support personal expense in order to extract data. We also get funding from travel and diet, registrations of national and international conference that pay costs, because we have licenses in Wharton, Aecon, Bloomberg, Saturn, and SPSS. Also, we are organizing conferences and events at the University of Granada. We also get funding in order to make use of editing services before submitting our papers in journal citation reports journals. We also get funding for research visits in University of Manchester, and I would be very welcome to do a research visit in University of MARA in Malaysia with Rina's team. We also get computer equipment, printing expenses for diffusion, and audit team report. So this process, this project is really interesting, and we are really excited about sharing our European research project to you, to get feedback, and of course to reinforce the results and the implications for academia, management, and policy makers. I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention. Of course, if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caracuel, for your sharing just now. So we will now open for Q&A session. Do we have any question from this hall? And anyone from the Zoom meeting, should you have any question, please write it down in the chat box. Yes, we do have one question from this hall, Prof.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Prof. Caracuel, for the very interesting presentation. I think the study, as we can see, is massive, and of course it's important and interesting. So I actually have more than one question, if the time permits.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the first question is, you talk about the complementary theoretical approaches that you use. So I would love to know, if you can share a bit about what are those theoretical approaches that you employed in your study. That's the first one. Secondly, you also included in your study the board diversity, which includes cultural, right? And you also have the institutional setting. All right. So
Yes.
I would like to know how do you measure the board cultural diversity, and in relation to that, based on your data and your findings, what have you seen in relation to the correlation between cultural and institutional setting? I hope you get my questions. Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you very much. Well, on the one hand, country institutional profile in terms of the home country institutional profile, host country institutional profile, and the institutional distance between home and host countries, as mentioned before, I use the institutional theory approaches, and we make use of three important dimensions: the regulatory, cognitive, and normative. These dimensions have been previously used by my previous research and also other relevant research, and we make use of measures from the World Economic Forum. There are specific measures to capture the regulatory institutional profile and the cognitive, how the different citizens perceive environmental sustainability approaches, and also the normative in order to see society's vision regarding environmental approaches. I also make use of measures from the from the Environmental Performance Index to capture these three dimensions. And talking about diversity, as mentioned before, when we talk about the strategic leader, the CEO, it's really important for us, for our research team, to take into consideration the different levels of diversity, as mentioned before, be national diversity, religion, age. So these variables are directly obtained from ACON database and ESG Bloomberg. So you can check when you get the sample and you check and you find each firm, you can see the name and characteristics in terms of diversity of the different members of the CEO. And the results are showing that this type of diversity in terms of CEO has a direct impact. If you get a higher level of diversity, you have a higher impact on financial performance. And also we can see that we can find a positive moderating effect of of the institutional diversity in terms of home countries and host countries institutional profile on the relationship between proactive environmental strategy based on circular economy approaches and financial performance. So the greater the level of diversity in terms of geographical diversification and in terms, of course, of the home countries and host countries institutional profile, the stronger the relationship between proactive environmental strategy and financial performance. So we can see now that diversity enrich this relationship, strengthen these relationships. Diversity can lead these European multinational companies to take advantage of these benefits and, of course, to integrate in a better way circular economy approaches that will have a positive impact in the long term, because we use a panel data on financial performance, but not in the short term, only in the long term.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So do we have any more questions from the floor or from the Zoom meeting? Sorry for the distraction about the Google form. Our committee is actually trying to figure it out. Okay. Since I guess there is no more question from the floor, Prof. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Javier Aguilera Caracuel, for your time joining ICGA 2023. I hope to see you soon, probably in Malaysia.
Of course, I would like to.
Yes, thank you. With that, on behalf of the organizing committee, we hope this morning's session was fruitful and may you enjoy the rest of this conference. We would like to take this opportunity to apologize for any shortfalls throughout this event, and to all participants and presenters in this hall, kindly scan QR code available at the registration counter in order to receive a certificate of attendance, as well as kindly fill in that form. To those in the virtual platform, you can now access to the link of attendance as well as the feedback form to receive certificate of attendance. ICGA 2023 will now take a lunch break and resume back at 2 p.m. for parallel session. Just a few housekeeping before we end our morning session. To all presenter, this event parallel session 1 and parallel session 2 will be conducted in both physical and online concurrently. To those present here today, the parallel session 1 and 2 will be at room Seri Impian 1 and Cempaka Sari, while for virtual participants, you will be assigned to the breakout room Kenyir, Royal Belum, and Gunung Ledang. The first session for today will be at 2 p.m. until 3:30 p.m. and the second session will be at 3:45 p.m. until 5 p.m. Malaysia time. As for tomorrow, Friday 21st July, there will be a parallel session 3, 4 and 5 that will take place from 9 in the morning until 4 in the evening. Please refer to ICGA 2023 conference book for the presenter to check your time slot. So lastly, tomorrow the closing ceremony will take place at 4:30 p.m. Malaysia time via Zoom meeting and YouTube channel. With a closing speech by our Deputy Dean Research, UBD School of Business and Economics, University Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Wardah Hakimah Haji Sumardi. The best paper as well as best presenter awards will be announced at 8 p.m. via ICGA website. You definitely not want to miss this, right? So see you again at 8 p.m. via ICGA website. So with that, have a great conference, everyone. We will end this morning session. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to those in virtual platform as well. Thank you, Prof, and all participants.